Press start. Continue.
Bro, this is fire!
Continue.
Bro, this is fire.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be back. So the deal for tonight, or at least what I'm planning on doing, is for some dumb reason, I'm pretty sure I made one a long time ago, but I don't actually have a be right back screen. And so what I'm thinking about doing is designing a pose for my avatar that's just kind of chilling. Maybe he has this like maybe I have like my my feet kicked up over part of the overlay, so it kind of looks like it's like jutting out of the screen. I think that could be fun. But we're just gonna kind of roll with it. I'm not 100% sure, but the main thing, honestly, like the main purpose of the stream was just to stream like on its face, because for some dumb reason it didn't work before. Like I wasn't allowed to stream before. It was very strange. Stream Elements wasn't connected properly. Frickin' OBS wasn't able to find the server for YouTube at all. It's very bizarre. But hopefully everything's kosher. And if it's not, well, and it usually isn't, whatever, we'll fix it. It'll be fine. So, I kind of have an idea of what I'm wanting to do. Trying to think. So, I'm thinking in terms of posing, it'll be kind of like this. So like we draw a stick figure. It'll be really like I'm trying to think of the right term for it. It'll have a lot of perspective. So the feet will be very close to the foreground and the rest of me will be very far back. Hey Talon. How you doing? Thanks for popping in. It has been a hot minute since I have streamed on YouTube. I'm thinking we do something along the lines of having, yeah, so something like that, and having like, maybe like a Switch or a Game Boy or something nostalgic maybe. How do they usually say Talon or something? Like there's nothing in your name that would make it a long A. Ah, yes, Talon Butter, the little known brother of Talon Butler. Yeah, so I'm thinking a Switch would be more applicable right now. For real? Dude, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Actually, that's not quite far enough forward. I guess once I kind of set up. I need to kind of draw a bounding box so I have a point of reference. So I'll keep this as an aside. I can just have it so like I'm in the chair, but the chair is leaned back all the way. Something like that. So have you been to the channel before, or is this your first time just stopping in just because you saw something was live? A surprising number of people actually do that. It's weird, but I found a group. I'm not gonna say a group, but I've found a surprising number of people who just were looking for like art live streams. And the first few times I did live streams, they popped in and were like, "Hey, what are you animating?" Or like, "What's your frame rate?" And I'm like, "I'm just drawing, dude." Just accidentally stumbled into a whole like new, I don't know what. What's my OC's name? So my OC, like the OC just is Lone Wolf EX. Like it's just the representation of me. So, kind of the same thing that like Gene Animations does, where it's just like her avatar is just, it's just meant to be her. Like for example, the color scheme and stuff, the blue of the jacket, the like the navy of the pants, those are all literally just swatches that I took from an eyedropper tool in Photoshop off of my actual real life clothes. So it's a there's different, I can walk through like the inspiration behind it of like how I made the character and why the character was made a specific way. But in terms of just like what's the character's name, it's Lone Wolf EX. But predominantly on the channel, I do a lot of gaming stuff. I do a lot of essays, a lot of reviews. I've been doing more essays recently than reviews because I'm really hoping to kind of hit something that'll actually go somewhere. But then again, isn't every content creator. But I graduated with a graphic design degree, and so I also draw all my own assets, just kind of all my own everything. I think that's actually fine because the bottom is it's gonna cut off like down here. So okay. I think the image is coming together. I'm figuring it out. Let's make another layer down here. Let's stick this up on top. And let's just make this like a nice, thick black barrier. What do you have in terms of ideas for your OC? And is it like what's the OC for? Is it meant to be like the character that represents you? Is it a character that you want to like have in a story? Is it a character you want to cosplay as? What's your druther? Also, it's really dumb that under the under the shapes, there isn't just shapes. What in the crap? Well, this is new. I've not done well, access capture shapes in the... Did this just pause the It just paused the music. The frick just happened? I'm just like, I just recognized it was like quiet, and I'm like, what's going on? Okay, tap on the basic shape tool. Okay. Tap on the basic shape tool. These are not basic shapes! In what world is this a basic I want a square! Go away! Leave me be! Go home! Oh god. Did this replace my everything? I get the distinct feeling it did. What in the... Oh, it's under the learn to... Okay. Well, that's a whole thing that just happened. Discover new shapes. Really? Dude. Dude. Photoshop and Illustrator can do this right. Fresco. Please. I'm begging you. That's a shame. Whatever. It's annoying. Sorry, I just saw your chat. Question. Do you have to find one thing to learn when you go to graphic arts and then branch out over time? If so, what do you do? I don't really know what. Okay, so in terms of graphic college, I have a regrettable video to recommend you. I know this sounds bad as someone that, like, you just admitted that this is your first time on the channel and I'm now shilling one of my videos. So I just made a video, few weeks back. Actually, no, this wasn't a few weeks back. This was probably July. But, which I guess, whatever, I'm stupid. Literally titled, Why Being an Artist in 2024 is Hard. But I'll answer your question and we can talk more about that a bit. Actually, I'm gonna keep this small because I'm just gonna use this as a reference. So when you go to an art college, or just you go to college and you want to get an art degree in general, generally speaking, yes, you go in with an idea of, I want this specific discipline, and that'll be the thing you go the deepest in. It'll be the thing you're most interested in. Say, if you're going into like graphic design, for example, because that's more my purview as opposed to graphic art, which massively ironic considering I do so much more graphic art than graphic design nowadays. But you know, you're gonna go in being like, I want to be good at typography. Can I freaking please? Oh dear. Okay, I've lost my ability to use this. That's lovely. All right, I might have to restart Fresco because it's being a twerp. It's like, I want to be good at typography. I want to be good at marketing. I want to be good with branding and making logos. You know, I want to be good with stratcom, strategic communications, so on and so forth. You may have that as a starting idea, and then once you get there, you're going to end up taking a whole bunch of other classes that aren't directly the thing that you want to specialize in. And so that's how you're going to branch out. And so, like, for example, when I went to college, what I wanted to do was concept art, which would be graphic arts rather than graphic design. And along the way, I ended up taking a bunch of hand drawing classes. And so I ended up minoring in studio art. And I managed to go and squeak in a handful of other things. Like I took a typography class. I took a class that had me do 3D modeling. I had a few required classes because my college taught a lot of the Adobe suite. I had to learn how to use Adobe Illustrator. And so vector illustration was literally Adobe Illustrator, the class. Not photography. I'm forgetting what the other one. Anyway, but there was an Illustrator, the class. There was a Photoshop, the class. There was an InDesign, the class, which is all your print media for making like books and pamphlets and that kind of stuff. So generally, you come up with an idea of, this is something cool art-wise that I want to be able to do as a skill. I'm going to go to college trying to make that happen. And then on the way, you're going to take a whole bunch of classes. You're going to learn more about yourself. You're going to learn more about what you like to do and what you have a talent for. And then you're going to kind of branch out and diversify from there. So there's the question in terms of what it's like to go to graphic arts college, and then what do you do? In terms of what I did, I kind of mentioned that already. However, I got my dreams crushed senior year. So, yeah, that didn't end well. Because I ended up, best possible worst thing happened. I met someone who did what I wanted to do for a living. And because of that, oh dear. Because of that, I ended up being in a position, what is it doing? Erase with brush? What? Oh, why are you like this? So the point is, after going and having this kind of meeting with someone who did what I wanted to do for a living, I ended up going and kind of finding that there was just no way that I had it in me to do concept art for a living, because I really wanted to. I liked the idea a lot. The problem was just Well, I mean, this can be a whole story, but the point is I met someone that did what I wanted to do for a living and recognized that I would be miserable if I did it for a living. That was kind of the main deal. And so, because of that, I had to kind of salvage my degree and figure out, all right, what can I do with the stuff that I have? And I came away with a graphic design degree. And a double minor. I minored in studio art and psychology. So basically physical media, drawings, and that kind of stuff, and then just knowing how, you know, what makes people tick. Which I was already interested in, and I lived with a psych major, and so that was always kind of in my rearview mirror all the time anyway. So in terms of what happened after that point, I came out of college a bit disillusioned, not really knowing what to do, but I really like music. And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to go into music. I'm going to try making music for a living and teaching myself. And so I actually bought Masterclass, took Deadmau5's Masterclass among a bunch of other things. And then from there, I went and bought the kind of minimum bar equipment that I needed. And came to realize that the minimum amount of equipment that I needed to do that was also the minimum amount of equipment that I needed to do live streaming. And then I started live streaming because I loved video games. And then from live streaming, I went to YouTube, and the rest is kind of history. At least in terms of the art stuff, anyway. You know, this is where I get to use my degree in, you know, any way that I really please. This is the way that I get to do what I wanted to do. You know, I make my own character. I do all my own Photoshop work. I do all my own branding. I do all my own everything. And it's all because I have this degree. Except perspective still sucks. Don't get it in your head that this ever stops being a pain in the butt. Drawing perspective sucks. But I hope that answers your question. In terms of kind of how do you approach it, what does it end up being like, and then what happened with me. But this is not an art channel. It is just it is a gaming channel run by an artist, so to speak. I think I kind of nailed it the first time. Yeah, I'll skip this one. I'm gonna do this so poorly. I'm gonna do this in a really not smart way, where it's like I'm going to just draw in all the stuff that is in detail the way that I want it to be, and then I'm going to finish connecting everything else that's supposed to be there. Hold up. Here we go. Favorite game that I've played and live streamed. Favorite game I've live streamed? Probably Ultra Kill. If not Ultra Kill, then I really enjoyed live streaming Elden Ring. I did the whole Shadow of the Erdtree DLC live, like the literal whole thing from start to finish. So that was great. And I had a death counter too. I even went out of my way to make sure, like, hey, how do I do this thing? And so I made a death counter, and a buddy of mine actually made a sort of bet that, like, if I could beat it in under 200 deaths, he would like sub as, I think, an S tier patron on my Patreon. So I was like, all right, bet. And then I thought there was no way I was going to be able to manage that, because the final boss was absolute agony, and I was fighting it for like 5 hours. Like half of all of my deaths are just the final boss. However, I did manage it, because I realized I actually counted slightly wrong, and I think I did it in like 197 or something ridiculously close. So once that friend gets into a slightly better financial situation, he said he owes me $20, so that's fun. In terms of favorite game in general, my favorite game changes a lot with time. Like, I will entirely own up to the fact that it never stays the same. But in terms of some favorite games, Hollow Knight's one of them, Mario Kart DS is one of them. For a long time, Halo 2 was my favorite game. My favorite game right now might still be Elden Ring, maybe. I'm not 100%. But it's up there. Metroid Dread is another one of my favorites. But I really like the Soulsborne games, and I really like Metroid in general. And Halo. Like, just the Soulsborne games, Metroid and Halo are always kind of my go-to in terms of series. That and stuff like Mario Kart and Left 4 Dead and like other multiplayer games. Or like multiplayer centric, I should say, I guess. They don't have to play multiplayer, but you know what I mean. I haven't done a lot of gaming streams on YouTube because, bizarrely, they just don't do well. Like, they do substantially worse than the art streams, like by a kind of dumb margin. And I could not really tell you why. So I actually moved all the gaming streams over to Twitch. And it just so happened that when I did that, all of my plugins, all of my... Oh, speaking of plugins, I'm glad I had the wherewithal to look over there. So I literally have in the tagline for this stream that I'm fixing stream elements. You're not on stream, Talon. You are not on, you're not in chat. You're in YouTube's chat. You're, well, OBS's pop-out chat, but you're not actually on stream. Which means stream elements is borked. Time to fix stream elements. Okay, as it must be, as it should be. The scuff is eternal. The scuff is forever. All right. Let me see. I'm always sketchy about putting stream elements on stream because it has access to like my stream key and stuff, and I'm not confident enough that I won't do something really stupid and have it be revealed in some sort of way. So let's so if I back out of here, art chat overlay Twitch, art chat overlay copy of Twitch. Okay. I am scared. I wonder if it's actually this simple. Hold up. Let me fact check something. I might be really dumb. This might be real simple. So that's on the opposite side. That's in the wrong place. So, art chat overlay. That looks right. Okay, so let me grab this. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that this is set up for Twitch. Meaning that there's like followers and different kinds of subscribers. So if, say you subscribe to the channel, it's not going to pop up on here because it's not fitting in right. However, even if nothing else works, the chat working is important, and so hopefully I can make this work. Hold up. Let me pull up OBS, pop down to the art overlay group. No, not that one. Art PC group. No, not that one. Where the heck is my chat? Art stream elements. Here we go. Okay. So, select all, replace. Okay. I really hope I don't have to. And while we're here, let me Let me hit emulate. Emulate. Donation event. I think that popped up appropriately. Cool. Okay, so there's that. Let's see. I am not typing correctly. This work now. Does this pop up on chat? It sounds like something out of Black Mesa. I'm actually kind of about this song. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, give me OBS back. What am I looking at right now? Okay. Oh gosh. Oh, that was not intentional. Okay. Let me check YouTube. Good, that's not the one it's supposed to be anyway. YouTube stream group. No? Art PC. Okay. I'm getting thrown off so bad right now. So I grab this. Oh, that might have been a problem. Okay, so this should show up on stream that this just moved around a bunch. Oh, Lord. Okay. So many moving pieces and not enough desktop space. I say like I don't have 3 monitors in front of me right now. Make small. Pull this up, please. Okay, I need to go back on my thing here. Okay, so that's playing. Oh, okay, I did see it move, so good. So my changes on OBS are being reflected live. Except it's just not doing anything. Pain. Okay. Give me the other thing, please. That works fine, I guess. So, if that worked fine, why does chat not work? What? Hold on, your stream's chat. Give me this. Settings. Messages are permanent. The background color is correct. I know this is the specific chat I need because it's the only chat that I have that is partial opacity. Like, it's partially transparent. It's the only one I've done that's like this. All the font stuff is right. Am I really actually gonna have to reboot the stream for this to take effect? Because that doesn't seem right at all. That doesn't make any sense. Copy to clipboard. I really wish you could emulate, like, you can emulate so much. You can emulate followers, subscribers, tips, cheers, raids, emote, you know, merch events, charity stuff, Tiltify, Extra Life, all this stuff, but you can't emulate chat. You can't just say, you know, I want this to pop up on whatever, show me what it looks like. Ugh. Okay. Let's just make sure everything else works, I guess. Followers still work, but that's on Twitch, so it doesn't really matter. Subscribers work, but resubs are a Twitch thing, which means it still doesn't work here, which means it still doesn't matter. I've got only one idea, so I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna move it over. And I'm thinking the problem is actually it might be simpler than I think it is. Ah, this is the problem. I have found the problem. Art chat overlay. There we go. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Ah, I see you. Okay, Talon, I found you in Stream Elements, for frick's sake. Okay, so now this should be connecting properly, I think. It's a big I think, but I think so. So if I go to properties and I hit paste, so sorry, grab all, replace, go, Yeah! Let's go! Oh, fine. Oh my gosh. Okay. We have solved the issue. Mostly. Cool. Alright. So the problem is Stream Elements differentiates your profile based on what platform you want to stream on. So despite the fact I have this exact same setup for Twitch, and I put this same setup in the one, like in the browser element in OBS that I'm currently using, it was updating my Twitch stream that is not currently live and not the YouTube stream. But it's done. And we have a chat now. Okay, hold on. Let me close this and bring my YouTube stuff back up. And all right, cool. All right, and back to the task at hand. Absolute tragedy. Thank you, Talon. Oh boy. You can tell that I am not a streamer because literally every single time there is always scuff. Every time. Also without any sort of team behind me. Shenaniganery can happen very easily. So you said you were trying to come up with an OC but didn't really know what to do with it? Is there like an art style or like a given like a persona online that you kind of want to emulate? Or you want to do something like completely purely original, like not inspired by, well, I mean, I think it's extremely difficult, but like not inspired by anything else. I meant for this to be on a different layer, and I'm a little stinky poo brain, but whatever. Okay, and that should be aligned like right about there. So the shoe should be about this shape. Something like that. Okay, gotcha. Again, admittedly, not my circle, so I don't have a lot of advice in that vein. In terms of the art people that I've watched a good amount of, I've watched a lot of like Rubber Ross's crew. Okay. From what I understand, Procreate's good. I've never used it, but I very nearly did because of the fact that like Fresco getting released on desktop was a total fluke. And so me having this for free, open quotes, was a different thing entirely that was not expected. My main issue, and I actually talked with someone about this yesterday in terms of drawing and doing digital art, was the cognitive disconnect between drawing something and having like my hand do a something. Also, the perspective on this is atrocious. This is really bad. I wanted the foot to be kind of upturned, and so you're seeing the bottom part of the shoe. But man, I do not have that angled correctly at all. You know, I don't like it. I want to do it on slightly less of an angle. Still an angle, but not as much of an angle. So the issue for me was like, I need to have whatever I'm drawing appear under my pencil or pen. If I don't have that, I just can't, like, brain no worky. Like, the hand-eye coordination just goes out the window, which makes no sense whatsoever in concept because of, you know, gamer. That's like, I'm literally always doing something with my hands that's appearing somewhere other than where my hands are. I can't give you a rational explanation other than just very simply, this is how it does and doesn't work for me. I mentioned I had to do 3D art, and so for that I had to get a Wacom tablet. And in doing so, in getting said Wacom tablet, I got like the cheapest Wacom tablet that you could possibly buy. Really little dinky, like, touchpad one. No screen, no nothing. Do I use references for this? So do I use references for art in general? Yeah, most of the time. Am I using references for this? No, because I literally just came up with the idea on the fly. But I'm also drawing a character that I've drawn a bazillion times, and I keep challenging myself to draw on perspectives I've never drawn on before. So struggling with it is a little bit of kind of part of the journey for me. But anyways, I ended up going and I'm not gonna say shilling out. It was a kind of a gift to a certain degree, but I ended up going and getting a Huion tablet. And said tablet is what I've been using for drawing for the past almost year now. Yeah, it's a little better. Cool. Although even when I use references, a lot of the time, the references for posing will be something that already exists, or it'll be literally me, which is also why I've never shown it in a video or on stream before. Although I may end up using a face cam fairly soon, because I'm kind of in this weird pickle where I have all of the resources necessary to do a regular kind of stream, just like with a face cam and everything, and I've just been choosing not to use it because I'm stubborn. And I have a character and all this other kind of stuff. So it's just like, why would I bother? You know, why would I do the, you know, why would I do a face reveal and, you know, kind of ruin that privacy when I don't have to? And it's like, well, as Mr. Krabs would say, money. I can't kind of... Saw you played the gun. Is it really bad as everyone says it is? My brother. It is the worst game I have ever reviewed. Like... And I don't think it's a contest. I think it is actually a good bit worse than Hunt Down the Freeman. Because at least Hunt Down the Freeman, you can tell, was made with... It was made with love, even if it was misguided love. This was just really bad. I am so sorry. Yeah, no, it is very not a, it's not a Shadow of Mordor with Gollum in it. It is not much of a Lord of the Rings game. So how bad? I mean, obviously I have multiple videos on it. So the entrepreneur in me is just like, just watch the stuff I've made, but that's kind of not cool. So I'm trying to remember what was so bad about it. So, I mean, let's start with number one, right? Let's start with the first cardinal sin. It's a platformer. They made a Golem platformer, and it's a platformer with fall damage. So, and moreover, it's not just a platformer with fall damage, it's a platformer with fall damage that you can incur from heights that Golem can achieve under his own steam. Like, you don't even have to like fall a ridiculous distance and then like, oh, you instantly die. No, like you literally can like wall run up a wall and jump, and you'll take damage, and if you do that like 3 times, you just die. So there's that. So kind of a fundamental gameplay flaw to start with here. And then in terms of the story, the story should have been interesting, but wasn't, because what it's doing is it's telling the story of, well, okay, I say should have been interesting. It depends on perspective, I suppose, because the main thing is it's telling a story from something that, in terms of the Lord of the Rings movies, was told in the span of a very, very short flashback. And that was Gollum's time being captured and tortured in Mordor. That looks so bad. But so it's just like, it kind of depends on whether or not you feel like that's interesting enough to be worth talking about. For the purposes of that's the right size for the torso, but I'll have to have like the headrest back here so it makes sense for the head to be forward. That's not so bad. So, you know, whether you feel like that deserved an entire story or not, that's its own thing. But regardless of whether you think it deserves to be told, it could have been interesting, right? At least it could have done something. Despite the fact that the entire flashback just kind of boils down to like Gollum admitting that, or no, not even Gollum admitting, just like we see Gollum being tortured, and then it cuts away and you hear him scream, Shire, Baggins, like, you know, just ratting out Bilbo. Well, they turned that into, you know, multiple years of time. So the game has a whole bunch, like oh man, it's hard to describe because it's hard to be critical other than just going it's really bad. There's other than just like reciting what I have made before. There was an entire oh, here's a great one, right? So one of the things you're introduced to very early on, and I rip into this, is Gollum has kind of this innate ability for instinct and being able to kind of follow things by smell. And so to do with that, you just, like on PC, you just push R. But the point is, it reveals these kind of scent trails of, you know, important things, depending on whether it's a whether it's the path forward or where enemies are or what have you. It's kind of the way that you have a guidance thing, but the point is it's his instinct. Well, you get introduced to this when you are trapped in the mines of Mordor and you are now being chased by the Nazgul. Well, in this tutorial, where you are trained to use this to progress the game and to avoid threats, the game defeats its own purpose entirely, because it's an inescapable sequence. You are guaranteed to be caught by the Nazgul 100% of the time. You cannot actually escape. So the entire point of this tutorial is you're being introduced to this mechanic where if you use it, you can avoid danger. Only to find that, no, there is literally no way to avoid danger. You will always be caught, and there is no hope. So the first thing the game does when introducing a new mechanic is lie to you. So, you know, that's great. It just misses the purpose of why it's trying to do stuff like that entirely. Yo, Rusty. We're talking about Lord of the Rings Gollum. Because we needed to dig that up, apparently. Talon, our poor brother over here, was very excited for this game. And oh man. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. But I think other than the essay, or other than the review, my essay's title was literally something like how Lord of the Rings Gollum lies to you. And it's how it kind of sets expectations and expects things from you and then just does not deliver on those things whatsoever, or delivers it in such a way that you're not prepared for it, so you'll just die because there's nothing you're gonna do about it other than just, I guess, be lucky and just make the right choice even though it doesn't make sense. Yeah, so this needs to be roughly the same as that, so that's fine. That would not be visible behind there, so that's cool. So go ahead and make this outline. It's just a thing I do, admittedly. It's just a term that's become very normalized in like my friend circles and stuff. Don't wither? I mean, I'm still in my 20s. Hopefully I'm not withering yet. Okay. I'm assuming you meant to say stinks or sucks, either or. Sticks. Oh wait, I need two of them. Shoot. Fix. Behold, sticks. How's my life? Oh shoot, that sucks. There you go. That's how my life's going. Crap baskets. Hold up. Go until it says nothing to redo. Grab all of this. Copy. Paste. Go here, merge it down. Yeah, fine, whatever. Merge it down. Well, currently unemployed. Currently my life more or less consists of doing YouTube and taking care of a very elderly family member. I hop from church to church, so I don't have anyone that I'm locked down to. However, I'm in a unfortunate position, and this is not me begging you for anything. I want to make that clear, because, you know, if someone sees this VOD, it could sound bad. But I am also very quickly running out of money. And so, in terms of the unemployment thing, you know, I've been doing YouTube for 4 years, haven't taken off yet. I have a strategy going into this month that I'm gonna start executing very, very shortly, like in the span of tomorrow, probably. And hopefully that'll start doing something, but I don't know to what degree, you know, things are going to be going anywhere. So, we'll see. But yeah, that's currently it. So, but in terms of school, I'm graduated. We were talking about going to art college before, but I did not go to an actual art college. I did, well, sorry, technically, I did not go into an art university. I did go to the art college in my university, but it was not known as like an art university. It was not specifically meant for that. So, I graduated from that in 2020 because, you know, there wasn't a more cursed possible time to go into student loan debt. And, yeah, that's pretty much been my shtick. So I've cooked in multiple restaurants professionally. I'm good at it. Don't want to do that for a living though. I worked construction for a bit. Almost died a couple times. Made very good money, but I made very good money in such a manner that's going to be inconsistent if I try going back into that industry. And it taught me what I was willing to do for nearly $50 an hour, but I probably wouldn't make that money again if I went back, and so I'm not willing to do that work again. So it's sort of YouTube or bust, YouTube/Twitch or bust, and if it doesn't work out, the only thing I can think to do is go back and cook, because, and I kind of mentioned this in terms of like, you know, you should check out the why being an artist is hard video, but starting off, you know, at an entry level of skill with in the graphic arts is extremely difficult now for a handful of reasons. And one of the big reasons currently just going forward, that's not as much an environmental issue as it is just, it's just the nature of technological advancement, and it's AI. Because the issue is now, in terms of the kinds of stuff that I draw, you can almost, and especially if you're doing graphic design stuff where it's very repeatable, it's very formatted and very criteria heavy, and AI can replicate that kind of stuff very very quickly. And so there's no reason for a company to pay you anymore. There's a great, sad but great story by a dude named Nade Straight on YouTube. He's done a handful of different things, but he lost his job where he had been working as a graphic designer for 8 years, and just Nope. Effectively, his company was looking to save money, and so they cut him because they found an AI program that could take all the stuff that he's made for them in the last 6 or so years, template it into a customizable format, and do it faster than he could in his style. So, going into graphic arts for a profession is very sketchy, and I'm kind of in a position now where I genuinely feel like if I'm not using the art skill stuff on YouTube, I don't know where else to use it. Like, I genuinely don't think I can get a job anymore, which absolutely blows, but is what it is. And granted, I'm also very pessimistic and cynical, so I acknowledge I kind of have a defeatist attitude about it, but I'm far from the only one who is in that kind of position, and Nade Straight is neither the first nor the last person to lose their job to AI in the art field. So, you know, I think the world is kind of starting to catch on to what's going on there. And most people agree that it's like, oh, you know, we want these tools. We don't want people losing their jobs. And I'm like, you don't, without heavy regulation, you don't get to have it both ways. So, the way you get around that is you adapt and you learn the AI tools and you make those the things you're good at. And since you're better at using the AI tools than anyone else, you'll be hired by companies to run the AI stuff rather than being the one to just draw and, you know, design and photo edit and all that kind of stuff. You know, you'll be the person that knows how to make the computer do all of that for the company. And now I have to draw whatever in the world it is that I'm holding, because I didn't think about it too hard. I'm thinking maybe a Switch. It's kind of what I was vibing. Let me draw my mask on real quick. What kind of church I go to / went to? So I've been to a bunch of different kinds. I was raised Southern Baptist, more or less, if not just Baptist in general, but it leaned more Southern Baptist, which we can debate doctrine all day long, but ultimately what it really boils down to, more so than anything else, is it's Baptist, but with a greater love for food. Quite frankly. So there's that, but I went to a non-denominational megachurch for a good while. Loved that place, but unfortunately the place is quite far away. And I was mostly going there because I had a friend that I could carpool with, and then that friend started serving in the church, and so he was going to have to stay for multiple services, and so I stopped going with him, and that meant that I stopped going to that church, which is annoying, but is what it is. I'm gonna get rid of this jawline because I actually prefer the perspective this kind of gives. And I want this to be a little sharper. I've been to a couple more churches that were a lot smaller, like a lot smaller. So going from, you know, literal thousands of people to, you know, 40 people. You know, going back to, you know, you have 3 people in the worship team, you sing hymns. Really like the vibe. Wasn't a huge fan of the teaching, and so that's, I don't know. I also recognize that I have a fallacy when it comes to church, and not an insignificant one, because the reason I go to church is because I want to learn. And you get as much, I know for a fact that you get as much out of church as you put into it, and I've never put nearly enough in. I've never really had the willingness to, which is a problem, and I recognize it, but yeah. Message redacted. Man just became an SCP. But anyways, actually this needs to be a bit longer. In terms of denomination currently, I don't generally like the concept of denominations. I don't like how divided it makes us. But if I had to argue, I guess I would say non-denominational, somewhere between non-denominational and Baptist. Non-denominational because it's what I agree with most, and Baptist because it's what I spend the most time in. I want to round this out. There we go. But I am still very much a practicing Christian. I don't wear the cross for no reason. Went on a missions trip last year. Really wish I could have gone on the one that the same team went on this year, but I just flat out don't have the money for it. Guatemala. There was a so I'd served there before. There was a very, very, very big flood that ended up happening that wiped out most of the village that I served in before. And so we were helping to rebuild not just houses, but like specifically homes for people who had special medical needs. And so they had to have their houses built closer to where the hospital was built. And the hospital had to be rebuilt for like the third time. But the whole thing is, it's in the mountains, and so there was this big valley, and so all of the water that came down from this tropical storm or hurricane or whatever it was pooled because it's a valley and literally formed a flood that just wiped out the village. So that's a whole thing. However, they treat us very, very, very well. It's a place that when I went the first time, I'm not gonna say it wasn't nice. Like, I'm not gonna knock it. But like, they shacked us up in mission houses and that kind of stuff. But the place that we went this past time, even though it was technically the same location, since so much stuff had been rebuilt, and now they'd rebuilt it with more people and more funding, it was so much nicer. Like, holy crap. It was basically you go and work yourself half to death, and then you come home and you go on vacation. Is basically what it was. You're gonna work until you try to not collapse from dehydration and exhaustion, and then you get to go swimming. So, and then like they'd upgraded from the mission houses to like a straight up apartment that they built. And so it's like, no, it was super dope. It was very fun. I, however, made a very not fun discovery. I was pulling weeds, and I'm gonna go back to the shoe. I was pulling weeds, and I was pulling a kind of thistle, where it was. I'm gonna try drawing the shoe here and see what I can do with this. But what was it? I was pulling a thistle, so think just a very angry, spiny dandelion. and some people were trying to pull it and failing, and I had gloves, so I was just like, screw it, I got this, you know, let me handle it. And so I deliberately like fanned back some of the thin thorns with my thumb before I went and grabbed it to try and kind of flatten them out before I went and squeezed in. It didn't work enough. I'm not gonna say it didn't work at all, but like it didn't work enough. And I discovered that the plants in Guatemala are angry. So I had never heard of a venomous plant. I'd heard of poisonous plants, you know, poison ivy, poison oak. It's always an oil-based kind of thing. This was venom, where effectively I squeezed in and burrs from like the spines, like went through my gloves, stuck into the meat of my thumb, and then like began just to burn like no other. Essentially it started breaking down in the skin, and it was extremely painful, and you couldn't really get them out either, because they're as thin as hairs, and so there's just kind of nothing you're gonna do to get them out. They just kind of have to be broken down and metabolized, and bro, that was miserable. That sucked. And I straight up didn't know that was possible, didn't know that was a thing that could happen. Had I known, needless to say, things would have gone differently. Okay, this is fine. I'm kind of about that angle for the shoe. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna take that. I'll take that. Let's go. But no, lots of good work down there. I would absolutely go again. And there's even less. When I went there the first time, there was a lot of civil unrest. And so I'll never forget that I was like scared, because I was probably like I don't know, 11, like 13 tops. Like I was maybe a teenager. I don't 100% remember. At least not, I don't remember how old I was. But the main thing is, what I did remember was the experience and that fear, because the this song's kind of obnoxious. There was a lot of civil unrest. I don't know if they were in a civil war or not, but like there was a lot of civil unrest. And I remember that going through Guatemala City on a bus, I never wanted to get out, because on literally every single street corner was what looked like the equivalent of our SWAT team with like riot shields and SPAS 12 shotguns. And I'm just like, this is where we die. But none of that now. Like that was not that way last year. This year, the same team went down to Florida, which sounds kind of like well, that's a weird jump, but it's not. And the reason why, aside from the fact that they're both very hot and tropical, is the fact that we just had a hurricane that just went through, and the strongest point of Hurricane Debbie was just before it hit landfall on Florida. So a lot of stuff happened there, and moreover they had something they were already gonna be doing, and I kind of forget what it was, but they had I think it had to do something with a school that team was helping build or something. Like it might have been like a special needs kind of housing situation. But really wanted to go, because I have a buddy of mine that lives in Florida, and he and I haven't seen each other in a good number of years, so I was really hoping to be able to drive down to Florida and stay with him in advance and then go serve, and it just was not in the cards. So that needs to be angled up. Actually, a little more. Gonna do this instead. Yeah, there we go. Like that more. Okay, this is going somewhere. This is working out. So I'm gonna want to move this whole character over to the corner. Close lasso. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw this whole thing, and then we're gonna hop over into like Illustrator or something. And I'll do the actual like I don't want to say logo design, but like banner art. Oh, merge this down. Grab this, move this over here. You ever been on a mission trip before? You ever traveled for the church in any way? Excuse me. You lived in Okinawa. Dang, okay. That's interesting. So I'm going to assume, provided you're not a missionary kid, military family? Yeah. What branch do they serve in? Or branches, I guess. Dude, drawing a switch is gonna be a pain in the butt. I'm not gonna draw it in front of me like that. There's a bit of me that wants to do like a manga or something, and I can change what manga I'm reading. Like, just Photoshop it on. I kind of want to do that. That sounds fun. That actually does sound fun. I like that. I just don't want to get in trouble, like, copyright-wise for some dumb reason. Also, I also kind of... the laziness. I don't want to have to worry about redoing my Be Right Back screen every time I'm reading a different manga. You think, Air Force. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you think Air Force? I feel like it'd be reasonably simple to just go like, hey dad, you were in the army, right? Okay. Well, regardless, always happy to hear about people who served. There a particular reason for that you know of? Is it just like limitations on like the size of the church in terms of like the things that you can kind of do, or you just don't do a lot of missions and stuff? You do convention. Oh, okay. I want to do some kind of neck shading. I just don't know what to do here because normally the light is coming in at this angle. I guess it would still work if I did something like this. Okay. I mean, that's very common. Like churches wanting to build a new building and stuff, just get so they can support bigger populations and stuff. Like the Southern Baptist Church that I was at for a good while started out as just this kind of stone chapel with stained glass and everything, and it got to be a much larger, more contemporary church, and it stayed that way pretty much since. But they lost a lot of people with the pandemic. But to be fair, a lot of churches lost a lot of people with the pandemic because a lot of people realized, oh, there's an option that lets me stay at home instead of having to get up early in the morning. Which, as much as I want to clown on those people, I completely and utterly vibe with, because good lord, I am so not a morning person. Like, just profoundly not a morning person. To the point where, like, even for, like, church, if I'm not going with someone, I find it very, very difficult to get up to go by myself anywhere. A lot of churches did. A lot of churches did it over Facebook or YouTube. There's another angle I can take on this, and I just don't... I think I'm just not... My brain's not braining. Yeah, so something like that, and then this needs to go up a bit higher. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Pentecostal, okay, interesting. Okay, I really need a lot. Okay, Tal and Daniel, what do you think I should be holding for my BRB? I don't actually know. I'm really torn. I was thinking my Switch being on my phone's just kind of boring. But I could just have it so my, you know, my character's holding his phone, the other arm just goes in a pocket. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like right hand is holding up a phone. Right or left, either or. I could 100% do that. And that would be probably definitely the easiest option. It's just the boring option. And I'm just like, do I want to do that? I went and told both of like my groups like of friends that it's like, hey, I'm doing a drawing and chatting stream, and the only reply I got from either one is draw yourself as a femboy, and then one other guy said yes. Yeah, well, you don't pay me on Patreon enough for that. Okay. I was thinking a Switch or my phone. The only other thing I can think of, because the Switch is on its way out. The Switch is gonna get replaced in like in less than a year. How much money do I make streaming? How much money have you given me? Because the answer is that number. So I make very little off of ad revenue. The reason you stream is predominantly to get donations or just to build community and just talk to people, which is why I'm here. Excuse me. I've gotten some donations before, very rarely. Doesn't happen very often. I just don't have the like people coming in for that to really happen. And so yeah, I don't make a lot off of streaming. But streaming can make a lot of money. How about YouTube in general? Yeah, I'm fine talking about that. So, it's a sad number. So, in terms of YouTube in general, I actually left a comment on a vidIQ video that was recently put out, talking about like how long did it take, you know, how to make your first $1,000 on YouTube, how long should it take for you to make your first $1,000, blah blah blah. Well, it was very rough from like a Christian perspective looking through the comment section, because envy is a sin, and boy did I have it. Which also like feels bad because some of the people in there like were Christians or like church channels, and like we're talking about how like, you know, God has favored us, we've made all kinds of, you know, success on YouTube and we can do this for a living now, and I'm just sitting here crying. So in total, I have been doing this for 4 years. It took me until June of last year to get monetized. So I've been able to make money for about a year, a bit over a year. And in that bit over a year, I have made around $170. It's literally just a function of, I just don't get views. Like, and I'm gonna do my best to not get sappy with it. Because again, it can very easily sound like begging, and I'm not asking for anyone to give me anything. Other than on Patreon. But in Patreon, I'm giving you stuff back because I'm giving you extra content and stuff. So there's a value proposition there. It's not just asking for nothing. But the point is, none of my videos have popped off. Nothing has given me the traction to make anything worth anything. And so like I've done all the tricks, I've done all the things that like people recommend you do to make money, where it's like, oh, you should do, I just realized an issue with how this is shaped. Oh, that's really annoying. It won't look as bad when it's colored, but like this looking like this looks like it's actually the shoe's shape and it's bent and warped down at the bottom. It looks really bad. Whoops. And so pretty much everything is determined by views. Everything. Ad revenue is obvious, right? Because you get paid based on the number of views that people see in terms of ads. Very simple, very cut and dry. And so the fewer views you have, the less money you make. And also the amount of money that you make off of ad revenue can also depend on your niche in terms of what you do on YouTube, right? So I'm obviously gaming and art. Well, art isn't a category, at least I don't think it is. And gaming is middle of the road to low mid in terms of what people pay for ads. So that is, you can find graphs and charts and stuff. I believe it's CPMs, so like cost per mile. And that is how much advertisers pay per 1,000 views of their ads. And so like by a wide margin, the highest one is finances. By like a dumb margin. So if you can make a finance channel, you can potentially make like solid money on YouTube fairly quickly. If you're doing anything else, well, it only goes down from there. Lone Wolf EX on Patreon as well. The only place that my name is different is on Twitch. Because my name was already taken, and also coincidentally I have a different name on Twitch that I was kind of tempted to just port everything over and make that my name for everything. It's Fenrain. Because it's literally half the syllables of Lone Wolf EX, and it's more memorable because it's more interesting. However, Lone Wolf EX has a lot more branding with it, and it's a much more interesting image that I can run with, even though it sounds less memorable, so I'd rather just keep Lone Wolf EX. Also, because it's a kind of jankier name, a lot of people haven't taken it on different places, so I don't have to lose that. But anyways, so views govern ad revenue, obviously. We just went over that. But if you're not getting a ton of views, companies are not going to pay to sponsor you, right? And so like, if you ever watch like Russian Badger, he's always sponsored by Gamer Sups. A lot of gaming channels are also sponsored by like Opera GX and stuff like that. Or God forbid Raid Shadow Legends. And just saying that probably guarantees that they'll never sponsor me, but that, it's okay. And so, or Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact was a really big one for a while. Well, companies don't have an incentive to sponsor you if you're not getting enough views. Because you're just not pulling the amount of advertising attention for it to matter. So they have no incentive to partner up with you. And then you kind of have the final one, which is generally the best option. It's the best thing you can really do. And it's affiliate marketing. And so you get paid per per time a person clicks on and uses a given link to sell a product. And so a lot of times, say for example with Gamer Sups, a lot of the times what they'll do is they won't actually like just sponsor a given streamer or a given content creator and just pay them a set like lump sum of money to promote the product. They will give them a link and partner up, and then if you go and buy any Gamer Sups product or anything like that using that person's link, they get a commission off of how much they sell. And doing that on videos that are more evergreen, that people are going to keep coming back to, is how you keep making more or less stable income on YouTube. I did all of that through Amazon, and I got so few views and so little sales that they canceled my link. So it's one of those things, like, in terms of income, it's very easy to get discouraged when, you know, I kind of look at, oh, you know, I got monetized in 6 months, and I'm like, bro, I'm on year 4. I struggle to not get a little bitter too, because like I see so many people put less effort in and have, open quotes, I'll say, lower quality videos, and you know, they're getting several thousands of views on every single video they put out, and like I'm struggling to like get that number, you know, on a good day. Very happy with the Metroid Prime video I just put out, though. That has done reasonably well, even though the reception to it was very not happy. It got the views that I wanted, and so that's kind of what's important, because that's what makes money, and that's what gets my name out there, and so on and so forth. Okay, I need to go and decide what the heck I'm doing with this stupid with this. You know what? I've been sitting on it. I think I'm gonna try drawing a handful of different things and see what I can get away with. I'm thinking a Game Boy Advance SP, something older and nostalgic. Like there's like a circle joint kind of thing here, then something like that. Okay, perspective on the joints is a little bit off, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And having it be off a little bit is kind of fine, because it excuse me. It adds a bit of personality to it, I guess I'll say. Straighten out, there we go. But since you sound interested, so what I do on my Patreon is a handful of different things. One, like, there are different rewards where, like, you know, with shout outs and that kind of stuff that you can get for different tiers, but I'm gonna say the main benefit is extra videos. And so on my Patreon, I have a couple different things, one of which is called Botched Projects, and the other is behind the scenes stuff. So the botched projects are any sort of failed project where it's like, I came up with a thing, and I either did it or wanted to do it, but just, there was just something wrong with the project, where it's like, I made it and I, you know, so far the main issue is that, like, I made it, but I, you know, there was something in the script that was just objectively wrong, that was critical to the whole script. And so with that being incorrect, then I kind of don't have a video anymore. And so that has happened a couple of different times, and so I have 2 or 3 videos on there that are the botched projects, and I am currently working on one of them. Is already done, actually. I have to upload it to Patreon and get that up, because I promised I would have that up this weekend. Is a behind the scenes on the linear level design video that I made recently. And the behind the scenes videos are there for a couple of reasons. One, to kind of give additional context on my thoughts and the reasoning behind certain things in terms of what was done in the videos themselves. And then also to give me an outlet where I can be less filtered. So I don't plan on really swearing in any of my content in general. I keep everything family friendly, relatively speaking. The subject matter might not be family friendly. Like, I might cover a mature rated game and stuff, and I'm not censoring what's in the game. But me myself, like, I'm not, you know, breaking anything that's family friendly. That's not family friendly. However, like, what I mean by filtering is I don't put my actual real thoughts out there that often, because I get flayed alive in the comments, and people don't like hearing what I actually have to say about things. Like, it even, you know, this most recent Metroid video says so much. It speaks so many volumes of just how much I'm not allowed to say anything. Because, good lordy, I was so objective for almost all of it. And like, it is my second most disliked video I've ever made. And I'm like, these people are impossible to please. I literally don't know what to do to not make people mad. Because like, I wasn't sitting complaining. I wasn't like ranting about anything. Even the stuff I really didn't like, I just didn't talk about it. But yeah, people lit me up for that Metroid video. And so, you know, it's like, well, I have things I want to say, and I have much more like emotional reads and like opinions on stuff. But I'm sure as I'll get out not putting them on YouTube. That's not happening. So, you know, it's not me uncensored, so to speak. It's me unfiltered. You know, you get my real thoughts on stuff. So I've got a couple different rants that are going up. One's about Callisto Protocol, where there was a much worse time that like I felt like I got soft locked. And it's because the game just kind of didn't follow its own rules and did some stuff that just made zero sense whatsoever in the context of the game itself. And so I was trying to figure out what I needed to do for an hour and didn't progress. Bearing in mind, the Callisto Protocol can be beaten pretty handily in like 7-8 hours. So that's a whole thing. So now the problem is that looks more or less fine. Save for the fact that it doesn't look right for the perspective that we're working on. So let me grab this and make it its own layer so I can move it around and not have any issues. Oops. There we go. And now this, yeah, shut up. Just gonna erase this on this layer. Now we're gonna take this layer and we're going to boop, and we're going to lock it, and we're going to mess with the Game Boy. Actually, that's not that bad. Like, that's really not that bad. Especially considering that like it's gonna end up getting covered up by my hands for the most part. That's not bad. I do kind of have to make it a little comically oversized. It's still not perfect though. Like, the perspective is still not right. Because if you look at the angle, oh, I didn't think about this. If you look at the angle of like my shoulders that I'm sitting at, this should be the same rough angle of the top of the Game Boy, and it super isn't. Okay, so right shape, slightly wrong execution, because like holding it like that just doesn't make sense. So that means this angle has to be here, and then okay. I see what I've done wrong here. So I did draw an SP from the back correctly. However, it is so the wrong angle, it's kind of funny. Okay, so let's try this again. So I'm just gonna draw it here. What? Why can I not see anything? Erase with brush. Why are you like this? Okay. so then we cut it off at the same angle, and then it's a much... Ugh. I don't... Okay. The angles. Oh god, angles. Perspective. The worst. The least fun thing. Which is why I keep practicing it, because gosh darn it. So maybe something more like this, where you're seeing it from the top of the SP. But now it just doesn't really look much like a Game Boy. So I'm just like, what do I do to make it obvious what I'm holding? Okay, I'm gonna do something that might be dumb, but I'm gonna take this one, and I'm gonna see about just perspective warping it and see if I can get to where I need it to be. Like that, and then kind of more like that. That's better. I'm not gonna call it a Game Boy. I'll probably make it some sort of referential thing, because I don't want it to be... I don't want Nintendo to be mad. Because they get very anal about these sorts of things. I was honestly thinking about having all of the same branding and all the same shapes, keeping keeping only SP as the thing that's the actual same, but have it just say like LWEX, like LWEX in the logo instead. Honestly, that's not so bad. Because again, if I'm going to cover it with my hands, it's not that big a deal. So in this case, we're going to erase the bit that would be behind there. Okay, not having a reference for holding something like this is gonna be weird. I am actually going to have to Google this. I'm gonna need a reference for the fingers behind the behind it holding it. Cause man, with how stylized my hands are and how big the fingers are, it's going to be very difficult to position these correctly. Give me Game Boy Advance SP images. Okay. Sorry. Session expired. You don't say. Okay. Let's move this here. Okay, Game Boy Advance SP. Lots of Game Boys, but not anyone holding. Holding a Game Boy Advance SP. This is fine in terms of... Hold up. This is fine for where the hands need to be, but I guess this provides a point of reference for the fact that the hand is not going much at all underneath the Game Boy. You're holding it off to the side for the most part. Ugh, there's just nothing of a person holding it behind it. There's this, but that's the wrong part of the hand. Okay. We're gonna have to get creative with it because people are not holding it the way that I need them to be holding it. I think I had this box actually, or this bag. But green is not a creative color. Okay. I am actually going to use this as the reference point. Because... yeah, that'll help. That'll do something for me, at least. Also, welcome back, Daniel. Good to see you, man. Dumb question as always. You've been busy this week? As of now, you got some contracts? Let's go. Love to see it. Of course not. Why would they be? Dude, I feel like your career can just be summed up by just the Yu-Gi-Oh card. Just that grass always looks greener. I'm just like, man, this company will be so much better than the last company. Until it's not. Yeah. Dude, imagine having integrity in 2024. Cringe. How do I... Okay. I've said screw the image. I'm gonna have to use my own hands holding my phone sideways like a DS to be like, this is how I hold this, right? Oh lordy. And go figure, they have a bunch of leaves right before it. Oh, that's right, you have your own missions trip you're going on, right? We were just talking about that. So when is that? And like, what are you, do you know what you're actually like planning to do in terms of like what the actual like mission goal is? India on the 23rd. You go away the moment that Black with Wukong comes out. It's an observational trip. So what is it, like scouting? Like you're planning? Kind of trying to like figure out what needs doing. Okay, so I'm gonna go way back and I'm going to fix the Game Boy, redraw the lines that I erased. Oh dear. Actually, that's not so bad. That's fine. With a translator, I'm assuming. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, now another new layer because I can't draw. Lock layer. Okay. It's like I don't know what other new languages you've studied. It's like, not the ones I need. Okay, so I'm holding my fingers like this, and the middle finger more or less goes pretty much straight out, but it curls at the end. Something like that-ish. But the ring finger and pinky finger are both just kind of curled immediately. Okay. The concept is here. The concept is coming together. The actual, like, form factor, not as much, but the concept is here. Which means it's just, we just keep trial and erroring until something looks remotely anatomically correct, and then we just say, screw it. There we go, that's a little better. Then just like that, roughly. But that finger's way too thin, way too skinny. What me be watching? In what regard? What do you mean? Are you asking Daniel what he's observing? Because he already answered that. Are you asking me what's on the... Oh. I don't actually watch TV much, like at all. I'm not gonna lie. So, the last thing that I watched was on Netflix. I watched, Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. And I really, really enjoyed it. Before that, like, okay, the actual, like, anatomy of the hand is kind of falling apart here. Like, I probably should have drawn, like, the base of the hand and then done the fingers like I normally do. Pinky has disconnected from the server and the rest of me. Okay, and now from here, I need to... Okay, I think that's the strat, is that the angle is going to be straight on with the camera. You don't even see where it folds. Okay. Better. Now, the only problem is we have to get to the stylization because my hands are chonky with big, meaty fingers. So, while this is more anatomically correct than it was, it's not correct for my character. Cool. Okay, but we're getting there. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to erase everything except for where the fingers ended up, and I'm gonna draw the rest of the hand to them. Got you. Well, hey, thanks, Talon, for dropping by. Really appreciate you stopping by for the first time, man. And because you were talking about the art stuff. Hopefully, I know it's a bit of a downer video, but I hope that the why it's hard to be an artist in 2024 video is informative. Maybe that kind of, you know, my experience can help you with that a little bit. But have a great night or morning, wherever it is you live. Have a great one, man. Take care. Have good. You am have good. Ooh, okay. I'm now seeing the problem. Ah, shoot. Yeah, this finger here dictates most of the perspective of the hand. So it needs to be on a much harsher angle than I had it at. And once again, now I'm gonna have the issue of stuff is not connecting close enough. Gosh, this sucks. Ugh. I really should have just drawn my, like, drew me holding my phone. Say screw it. Because this perspective is not agreeing with me. Not agreeing with me at all. Of course I can. The problem is I literally went on Google and can't find a picture of someone holding a Game Boy at anything approximating this angle. So it's just like, nope. I got some ideas in terms of spacing, and that's all I was able to get. So I generally know where like the thumb in correlation to the index finger goes and that kind of stuff. But in terms of having an actual like direct reference, could you get a photo of you holding your own phone or something? I literally have been picking up my phone and just looking at it. And that's kind of how I determined that I need to have the index finger up here, like holding down the right bumper. This is getting a lot closer, but still not quite there. of course. Naturally. Nah, he's looking a little bit more off to the side. Something like that. A little bit thinner line for the nose. The single most important thing that I will draw every stream. We all do. Now you mention, I am kind of tempted to see if I can like manufacture this such that I like take a picture holding it and I can just copy my own hand in some capacity. Yeah, hold up. Okay, wait, what? Oh, there we go. For some reason, I don't hear myself talking. There we go. Okay. I should have a solution to this problem. Which is, I've taken a picture of myself holding a Game Boy in roughly the exact pose that I need. So hopefully everything will be cool and we got this. You know, I really want to do some research into what music I can have playing on YouTube, right? Because I know Twitch gets very finicky. Twitch gets very weird about it. But YouTube, as far as I know, is better in terms of like not getting, you know, nuked from orbit when you play something that has copyright. So the thing that I'm like curious about is like how much more lenient is it? What can I actually get away with? Cause like can I play like soundtracks from games, for example, or do I have to have some sort of a license for that? I don't know. But I would very much like to find out, because as useful as Stream Beats is, I would really love to have the ability to play something else, like ever. Because as it stands right now, I really just don't have the ability to play anything else ever. Okay, now we're looking a lot closer to what it should look like. He's like, I would love to play some like video game OSTs or something. Like just something on brand at least. Okay. Okay, and in terms of the thumb, this was my real problem in terms of like the perspective here was the I was like, oh no, the thumb's on top. It's like, no, the hand is obscuring the thumb. You're barely gonna see the thumb, like, at all. So the thumb's, like, there, and that's the whole, like, line for the thumb. Let me zoom this out and make sure it looks more or less right. It seems about right. While I'm at it, let me go ahead and draw in the different holes. And then from like game soundtracks, right? Like what if I played something by an artist that like has made more than just video game music, but they've made video game music, right? So like you know, the Sonic Frontiers soundtrack was made in conjunction with Sleeping with Sirens. So it's just like, if I play the Sonic Frontiers soundtrack, am I going to get copyright claimed because even though it's a video game soundtrack, it was made with quote-unquote a real artist. As opposed to just a, like, sound team. Hey, if I recall very distinctly, you were the one who asked me the question, who listens to just OSTs? And I sheepishly just went, I do. Not even real music. Okay, I need to draw the knuckle line, because if I don't, I'm not going to get the fingers right. The middle finger's fine, the index finger's fine, the rest of it was not fine. The funny thing is, I think in the context of that conversation, I was talking about, like, the Naruto OST. And that was back when, like Shippuden was still coming out, and we actually cared about Naruto, and it wasn't just Boruto. All right, now we are getting somewhere. I'm gonna have to realign where the I'm gonna have to realign where the sleeve is, but that's fine. But especially in, like, the indie game scene, like, independent named artists are doing, you know, OSTs now. And so, like, Mega Neko, right? Violent Purple song I showed off a little bit ago. Like, you know, did the Ultra Kill soundtrack, or at least a good chunk of it. Even if it didn't, you know, he didn't do all of it. And so, like, is Mega Neko go, like, or whoever runs, you know, their copyright stuff and their royalties, you know, because he has Spotify and all this other junk, you know, is that gonna ding me? With, like, Family Jewels, for example, the guy who, video game guitarist, does a bunch of, like, metal covers on YouTube, or did for a very long time, and I think he's kind of diversified in doing other music. Well, it's a crapshoot whether or not, you know, I'm gonna get copyright claimed for his stuff. I didn't get copyright claimed for Tetanus Blues, but that's just one thing. So I have no idea. And that's all I need, is my stream to get shut down because I wanted to listen to something a little less generic. Heaven forbid. Nah, this ain't it. There we go. Oh, a little tropical house kind of sounding thing. I'm about it. I'll take it for now. Okay, and now we unlock the main thing. Well, this isn't quite tropical house, but it started out with a little bit of tropical going on. Now I get to erase all these lines that are going to be covered up anyway. I need a smaller eraser. I have to do something to make it creative. So Daniel, were you ever I know you're following with as much pain as I am JJK, but are you following at all My Hero Academia since that just ended? Oh, that looks so much better. Cool. Oh, this looks messy and I don't know what lines mean. I'm gonna assume the answer is no. Thin lines. Okay, hold up. Let me go back before I did the line. So it's gonna cut off here. It's gonna go up, then go back down. I'm going to erase this because this is going to be its own thing. And it's gonna have its own line here. And then there we go. and like that. Okay. What else? Anything else? I think that's fine. I think that's plenty of detail. Oh, I do need the fake Nintendo logo. So if nothing, just make it an oval. I don't like how it's close, but not quite. Fortunately, they made it a straight line that's connected via a little arc. There we go. That'll do the work. Okay. I now have a new pose to draw. God, my hand is sore from how stiff I've been this whole time. Golly days, my freaking fingers. And I'm going to need a different picture of a Game Boy Advance SP. Because I want it to be a specific color, but whatever. Actually, I bet I can Google this. Hold up. Xcode. Interesting. Oh. I mean, worst case scenario, I can just grab a picture, drop it in here, and then what's it called? Just eyedropper tool it. Steel blue, no. Lapis, queen, no. Tints and shit. Oh, okay, that's actually close. If I go like 2 steps away from white, that's actually not super far away. So, all right. Let me see here. So I'm just gonna do this instead. So, give me this picture. Sure. Put it in active projects. Now we'll put it in stream resources. Why not? And now I eyedropper tool it. Give me that picture. Thought I had one of these in. I'm stupid. Okay. Whatever, it's fine. That's review resources. Stream resources. Game Boy. Bring to me Game Boy. That's on its own layer. Cool. Okay, and now we eyedropper tool it. And eyedropper tool the lighter part of it though. Yeah, eyedropper tool the highlight. Actually, ooh, I can have a 3-color swatch here. Hold up. Wait. Plan? We have plans. Okay, so there's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And now I want the main color, which will be in the middle. I want the highlight color, which is about that. And I want the dark color. So like that. Yeah, we'll do that. The other one seems a little too dark. Ladies and gentlemen, the color palette of the Pearl Blue Game Boy. Delete layer. Okay. Yeah, I have them as infrequent as possible. Which, you know, isn't... Oh my lordy. Isn't great for, isn't great for ad revenue, but it's a lot better for you guys, so... Yes. Not much, obviously, because... you know, you're only getting them every half hour. But yes, that means that this stream is monetized. So that means I'm getting ad revenue and you guys are allowed to donate. Oh gosh, the sticks are over. Okay. I'm gonna say these can all be on the same layer. Merge down. Go here. Lock. Hide. Go here. Erase a bunch of stuff. It was kind of funny and a little bit depressing to admit, but like when Talon was here, you know, he asked me, it's just like, how much money do you make for streaming? And it's just like, I don't know, how much money have you given me? It's like, because the number is the same. You know, you make almost all of your money from streaming from donos, and if you're not getting donos, you're not really making any money. So it's like, I have, you know, I'm making some money technically, but not enough for it to be really worth anything. Oh, I just realized what I'm looking at. Okay, my bad. Okay. Now I get it. Now I understand. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, I feel like these need to be, this needs to, like, the hood continually needs to be more squeezed out. Okay, the only thing I can hear with this song, I know it's one of those things where it's like, it's not enough of a song for it to be plagiarism or, like, copyright issues, but the only thing I hear is, I think it's Ellie Goulding's Love Me Like You Do. Oh, gosh, I can't unhear it. I don't dislike the song, but I'd rather be listening to Love Me Like You Do. So I'd rather be listening to the better song that this one sounds like it was based on. Okie dokie. So now I need to save this. And I need to grab say, what happened to my I think this is the newest one, so let's go in here. And then this. What? Sure, whatever. That's not what I tapped on though. And then I need this layer. Copy. Back out. Go here. Paste. What in the world is all the way over on the left here that's causing that bounding box to be massive? Wojak.wolf. I mean, dude, there are so many Wojaks, though. It's like saying rage comic. Like, it's just an umbrella term. And you know, the funny thing is, you point that out, that pose was actually one of my old ones. That was one of the ones I actually took a picture of me doing a pose and then I drew it. So that it's just ironic, I guess. Okay, now we need to make a whole bunch of layers. We're going to reduce the opacity of that. You know what I do want to do, though? Like, something I actually have thought about a bunch, is make different, like, soy jack memes of, like, my character, or just having, like, my mask on it. And so it's like my mask has, like, a happy emote, but then it's just the soy jack just weeping profusely behind the mask. That was terrible. I don't know why I'm flubbing so bad. Just don't know why, like, I had to, like, hold my breath for that. I'm just not feeling the power of the trace. Dang it, that was a little too much, but I don't want to erase the whole thing. Ah, too much. It's like there's supposed to be a tiny little indent there and then just not enough. So question. Because I mean, I know we were talking about it, and I saw like a number of videos about it. Do you think it's worth even going to see the Borderlands movie so that I can make a rant video about it? Like, literally so I can turn it into content. Watch a manatee for $10? Oh. Dang. Oh. Oh, a matinee. I forgot that was a word. I don't think I've even... I can't tell you the last time I've heard the word matinee used in any context, actually, which is kind of funny. Yeah, my brain just kind of didn't register that as part of the lexicon. I was like, yeah, okay, I guess I'd rather go to the zoo for $10. I'm going to SeaWorld! I've seen a huge number of accusations that it was almost definitely written by AI. What are your thoughts on that? How accurate do you think that is? Really? Really? You think so? So remember, that was something that came up in Charlie's video, was like, there's so many, like, extremely cliche lines that have come up in media so many times that, like, it was almost definitely AI. Just because of, like, how regurgitated so many of the lines were. Okay. So the plot, or lack thereof, was definitely written by a person. I feel like the line work's way too thick. It shouldn't be, but it feels like it is. I mean, it's one of those things, like, I didn't really want to see it much, but, like, I saw one thing and went, oh, this movie's gonna be really bad. And it's literally just Lilith. And there's no rude way to say it. Or non-rude way to say it. There's no way to say it that, like, isn't rude. But, like, sirens are identified by two things in the game. Two. Literally just two. Really hot chick covered in tattoos. I don't even know who it was that played her, but she looks like she's probably in her 40s, and given that it's Hollywood, that means more than likely she's at least another 10 or so years older, so she's probably somewhere in the ballpark of, like, 55 to 60. Yeah. Kate Blanchett, there you go. And so, like, I'm just sitting here going, why do you have a 50-something-year-old woman playing a really hot, like, rocker chick covered in tattoos who's, like, in her early 20s? What? Dude, and Kevin Hart as Roland? Also, when the crap is this movie set? Like, I literally don't know, because, like, you also have Tina, who looks like she's, you know, in her, like, mid-20s. But Tiny Tina is supposed to be, like, an actual child. Like, she's actually supposed to be, like, 12. And so I'm sitting here going, so we have Tina from, like, Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. We have the oldest version of Tina, who's, like, in her 20s. We have Lilith, who's, like, in her 40s, which I guess that tracks in terms of the two, because Lilith was in her 20s during, like, Borderlands 2, and so it's like, all right, okay, still too much. Still, she should be in, like, her 30s, whatever. But then the real kicker here is Roland is alive, spoilers, like, spoilers, she, you know, Roland dies in Borderlands 2, so Roland is alive, and you have freaking, and you have Krieg. And I'm just going, when was this game set? Like, just before, was it during Borderlands 2? Because everyone looks too old for it to be Borderlands 2, but... like the actresses? Because she does not look it in, like, the pictures that I saw in, like, the trailer. If so, rip that kid. I feel bad. Oh, this has to be this way anyway. Dang, rip. She does not look that young. So fine, good casting, I guess. In terms of, like, at least you got the the right person of the right sex around the right age. But she was just written so badly that it didn't matter that they, like, cast her at least mostly right. Oh, rip. I have been seeing that as well. It's like, not only were the, like, was the casting abominable, but, like, these are people who were, like, who, you know, they were cast because star power. You know, they were cast because names, right? So they're not, it's not that they're bad actors and actresses, but regardless of whether they fit their role or not, they had no material to work with. It's kind of like, oh, what's her face? Brie Larson in Captain Marvel. It's just like, she, you know, she's not a bad actress. She can act. But man, she was given a nothing burger of a character to work with. Another thing I heard is that there's just no conflict. Like, the main characters just kind of literally always get what they want, and there's never a point where you think that anything bad is ever going to happen to them, ever. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. She's kind of, she and Amber Heard are kind of a category. Also, they show none of the Borderlands guns. I think there was like one pistol. So like they had one legendary something and that was it. One pistol acknowledged. You know what doesn't make sense to me? You fork out all the money for star power. And, like, this is a weird sentence because I'm not saying he makes a lot of his movies are objectively good or anything, but like you fork out all this money for star power and you don't get Dwayne Johnson. I'm like, you're gonna spend a dumb amount of money. Why not just get like the guy whose entire selling point is the name at this point? Like, he's great for dumb turn off your brain movies. It's his whole thing. I mean, yeah, because Jack Black was in that too, wasn't he? Yeah. Which, I gotta say, that makes zero sense. Although, from what I know, he's one of the only characters that, like, put in any effort. So, I guess credit to Jack where it's due. But, like, he sounds nothing like a Claptrap unit. And also, the main thing, the thing that matters, right? I forget his real name, but he goes by Lee Rastus, which is an anagram of his real name, and that's just his voice actor name. You have Claptrap. It's a faceless character. Just have him voice Claptrap again. Like, what? Why would you not just have the voice of Claptrap for a character with no face and no mouth? Like, what is wrong with you? Just get the actual voice actor. Yeah, I forget his real name. The funny thing is, I only learned about his fake name / the fact that he has a pen name as Lee Rastus because, of course, it always comes back to this. So Team 4-Star, TFS had Lee Rastus as the voice of their like death robot that was on Coolers. I think it was the Big Getty Star is what the ship was called. And a whole bunch of people were just like, hey, it's this thing. It's like, that's this guy's voice. And it's like, no, it's not that guy's voice. This is actually another guy going by the name Lee Rastus. And then it's like, no, it's not Lee Rastus. It was actually him. And they admitted it years later. See, the problem with booing me, Daniel, is that in order to boo me, we need people in chat. And if I have a bunch of people in chat, I'm already winning, so... Although speaking of having a bunch of people in chat and losing, I guess. Did you ever get around to watching the Metroid Prime 4 analysis video I did? Yeah, there's a reason that I went and said the thing in, well, no one responded, so I don't know if anyone even saw it, but, like, I said a thing in a group chat, saying that, like, it's like, oh, how educational, with a Yamcha and a crater, because, like, bro, I literally have no idea what I could have possibly written that would not have gotten, like, just mass dislikes. Like, bro, people bombed that video. And, like, I sterilized that video. Like, I did not say almost any of what I wanted to talk about. I shelved everything I was actually feeling and decided, you know what, I'm gonna go full analytical mode, and I'm just going to write an analysis instead. Because I knew my opinions would not go over well. And then the not opinions didn't go over well. And so I'm like, okay, well, so what I'm hearing is there was no solution. There was kind of a whole nothing I could have done that would have prevented this from happening. Great. So I'm putting out a video on Patreon, that is a behind the scenes video of that, which is going to actually have my real actual thoughts and, like, a really aggressive rant about the stuff I actually was, like, really upset about. Because it's astonishing to me how I put out something so sterile and it became the second most disliked thing I've ever uploaded. Like, even more than the Prime Remastered review, where people got really mad about me talking about well, talking about everything, to be fair, but talking about the, what's it called? The artifact hunt specifically at the end of the video, or the end of the game. Because that had, like, a 72% like-dislike ratio. Meanwhile, this got as low as, I think, 57%. Like, it was roughly within 10% of the Baldur's Gate review. It was that bad. Like, genuinely, astonishingly, like, aggressively bad. And for that exact reason, I have not read any of the comments. I have seen two comments total. Just because I've, like, had to leave my, studio and then come back. And so, because I open up the studio, it automatically opens up the dashboard. I have the discipline to not look at the comments deliberately, but I don't necessarily have the discipline to not, you know, to avert my eyes when it's directly in front of me. And so, you know, I saw one comment that was, I'm gonna say neutral, and then another one that's just directly negative. The directly negative one was like, I really don't understand the rant about the scan visor. And I was just like, the what? About the what? And then it's just like, you know, when you scan something in the previous games, the only game that had the glyphs was Prime 1, which is incorrect, by the way. That's not true. And they always change afterward. And I'm like, I think you're missing the forest for the trees, for one. That you're missing the point of why the change they made is good, because it's the entire character that changes now, or the entire object rather, than just a single icon. And so it's much more visually noticeable. So you don't have to go and intentionally look at every single thing. Yeah, some stuff changes, but, like, not the whole object. That's why I use the example of the lore walls in Prime 1, because it's the only thing I can think of where, like, literally the whole object looks different after you scan it. And I'm just sitting here going, I don't think you know what a rant is. I don't think you've been on the internet enough. Like, if you consider that a rant, then, like, bro, if this comment section is filled with people like you, I might as well have been like screaming Mein Kampf for how hateful this thing must have come off. Like, good lord. I was like, dude, I can say nothing. I actually can't do anything without it being like really bad. And so the whole strategy of this video, and the reason that I went and started off negative, both with the thesis and the title and thumbnail and whatever, and even then the title being like Metroid Prime 4 worries me, is just kind of me tapping my fingers together and just going, it just concerns me a little bit. I'm a little worried. And like that, it's that energy. Like the real, like the real title I wanted to use is Metroid Prime 4 is set up for failure. That's what I wanted to use, and that's way more aggressive. So I didn't go with that, obviously, for self-evident reasons. But the point being, I came off as even just the littlest bit negative because I know these people, or I thought I did. And it's just like, all right, these people are nuts. So they're going to see any amount of negativity and they're going to jump at it. They're going to go and they're going to outrage click. And I'm like, I'm going to use that. Because what I can now do is I can leverage that, get them all in, and then they're going to find in the video that there's just nothing objectionable. They're going to find that they agree with everything. Because I'm sitting here talking, you know, in the context of a lot of passion for the franchise. I did a whole bunch of research. And so it's just like, I am speaking things that would make the Metroid Prime fans happy. And even like the negative bit where I'm complaining about the judgment call to release it on the Switch, that's kind of shifted diplomatically such that it's like, hey guys, I'm not complaining about a thing that I personally don't like. I am here to explain and give the message of why they, pointing away from me, have screwed all of us collectively as Metroid fans. We're all getting snubbed by them, not by me, by them. And so it's like, even the negative part, it's all directed elsewhere, and none of it's like, in my opinion, this is unfortunate. It's like, no, here are the numbers. Here's what's consistently been a factor. Here is what the reality is, and here's what that most likely means for us because of them. And bro, this strategy went so badly, and I don't know how. The only other thing was like, the only other comment I saw was, he's out of line, but he's right. And I'm just like, how am I out of line? What have I said that's out of line? I have no idea in any way how I'm even a little bit out of line. And so, fortunately, all of these psychopaths have given me a great excuse. A wonderful excuse to use a very specific soundbite. That I have been sitting on for so long. It's a Warhammer 40k thing. Hold on. I'm gonna play this, actually. Give me a sec. I have no idea how loud this is going to be, so I do apologize. Oh, dear. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it's a Warhammer 40k voice line, and I'm like, this is exactly the way that it is. Oh, as a matter of fact, you know what? Tell you what, do one better. I'm going to put up my script read, and I'm just gonna play it real quick. Patreon, Silux.wave. Hello, my favorite people. Okay, so yeah, it is as loud as my normal videos. So it shouldn't be that big of an issue, but I'm going to, every single time that I make a video, yeah, here we go. So I'm just gonna let this ride for like 10 seconds and you'll get the gist. See, I love Metroid. It is one of my favorite things, and it loves me back. But the Metroid fandom, Bro, Metroid fans hate my guts. I can't please them. I really can't. To them, everything about Metroid is perfect and lovely, and every single time that I make a video that includes any measure of healthy constructive criticism, the response in the comments is pretty consistently
Abandon reason, no only war.
It speaks for itself. Just the comment section anytime Lone Wolf EX talks about Metroid again. Abandon reason, no only war. I want you guys to understand how much I... Oh no, there we go. Hold on. And get rid of that. There we go. And back to Spotify. It is laughable, dude. It's so bad. I'm gonna hop over to a different genre, I think. That. And then it tilts me off the face of the earth when I realize it's just me. Cause like I go and see other, I go and like watch other YouTubers or like listen to podcasts or whatever, and there are people saying like just dunking on, there was one specifically, fairly small guy, admittedly only a few hundred subs, but got thousands of views on this one video, and he was just trashing on everything but Metroid. And so, he's saying that like Pokemon does not deserve the number of sales it's getting. The Metroid games are made with so much more love and attention. Why is it that you guys don't like Metroid the way that you like Mario, Zelda, or Pokemon, when these games are being made so much, at least, compared to Pokemon, the Metroid games are made so much better, at least now. So what's the deal? And guy not only had a majority likes, because I have the plugin that brings the dislike bar back, but like almost all the comments are positive. And I'm like, how? What wizardry is this? Just the, I am calm. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Wait, yeah. I don't remember if it's a reference to Russian Badger or they were referencing something else. I'm assuming they were referencing something else. But the comment section is just the definition of I am calm. What sorcery is this? And then the really infuriating thing, the thing that makes me really upset, is the fact that like this whole theory about like Prime 4 is going to be released on a console that's not the Switch, is going to be released on the successor console. That was not my idea. I did not come up with that. That is not an original thought I had in my mind brain. That is one that originated from, I think, either Twitter or Reddit, and then Arlo talked about it. Fairly big Nintendo YouTuber. And I got it from Arlo. I heard it from Arlo last year, like a year and a half ago. And the context was like, I'm no longer worried about Metroid Prime 4, or like this Prime 4 theory put my mind at ease. And I agreed with everything he said, and everything made a lot of sense. And it put me at ease too. I'm just like, yeah, no, this is good. This makes sense. This will help a lot of things. Sweet. He had like 98% likes. And I'm just like, so you're telling me that when Arlo talks about this theory, everything's cool, everything's kosher, it's all chill. But when I talk about the theory, I'm crucified. Like, huh? Just the double standard is insane. I'm just like, what do I do? Other than, I guess the answer is I'm just not allowed to talk about Metroid and have it go well, like, ever. it is finally finding its audience. Like, it is taken a very long time, but it is finally finding its audience. Interestingly, because it's still getting views, astonishingly, and in terms of that, it's also getting more likes comparatively, and the average watch retention is going up. And so it's just this kind of realization that, like, it's, in my mind, just now finding its actual audience instead of a bunch of animals. Oh, why in the world am I on this brush? I think I'm gonna do cross-hatching with a very thin line. I'm only just now realizing how small this is. Hold up. Yeah, this is very small. Okay, what is this? Okay, that can be... Well, I do and I don't, and here's why. Because it's only the one. It's only one of the Final Fantasy videos. I have 3 of them. It's only Final Fantasy VII Remake, the first one. It's not Reunion. It's not the game that's more relevant with Rebirth. It's just Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I'm like, I don't understand. I do not get it. But it is far and away my most viewed anything. Well, sorry, my most viewed video. I should clarify that. Is by far and away my most viewed video. Because my shorts have still done better. But it's just like I deliberately do the same kind of thing again, hoping to match or outpace that success, and I just don't find it again. So I don't know. It's kind of just like I don't know what to do. I can only have so many last-ditch efforts, you know? Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted to do at all. But I'll take it, because it prevents anything from being screwed up. Yeah, that video is now over 10,000, I do believe. Also, I just made a mistake. So... Oh, no. I shouldn't have those two. So, unlock this layer. Duplicate this layer again. So this is gonna go on the shading one. Stop it. But I just made a mistake, because the cross needs to go on the shading layer, not on... Can you stop selecting multiple? I don't know why you're doing that. What is wrong with this thing? I do not get it. I don't understand. Okay, now it's doing that. Okay, now it's independent. I don't know what was going on with that. That was really annoying. So erase on this layer, and then I'll put it back on the next layer up. Change the angle a bit. That's fine. And now we go off of this one to this one. Thinking up. So lock this one. And I want this to be only a single pixel wide. That wasn't right. Go back. There we go. All right, we'll call that good enough. I feel like I want one more. One like right there. Yeah, there we go. All right, and now we do the same thing with the darker lines down on the bottom side. I'm kind of just doing very geometric cross-hatching. So give me the dark color. And we're gonna do the exact same thing down at the bottom. Roughly. Okay, and now And so at a distance, there we go. Not bad. Not bad. I'm kind of about it. It's just weird that actually, that's an idea. So now, okay, give me this color. Just so I have a point of reference. Okay, that can be this color. Say that's approaching, that's starting to approach teal. Okay, so they're similar in terms of their ballpark though. This one is further closer to teal up here. Or I guess cyan, sorry. Teal is just where we are, but way down here. So I'm gonna move it in. Keep it in the same range, but move it just the slightest bit darker. And then start dyeing these with that. This is definitely a bit much, but oh well. I like it. I like it, so I do it. So like there, and move it a bit into the slightly darker into the blue. I'm just gonna leave these like as a dark edge to make it look like a bevel. Now we're gonna move it slightly richer dark, slightly richer blue as well. Move it slightly down. Do another 2 layers of this. And I think that's all we're gonna do. We'll leave it there. Not bad. Hey, Astro. Also, thank you so much. You are an outlier in a sea of negativity. Much appreciated, man. Ow. Don't mind me, I just kicked my desk. Alright, this is a little bit too dark, so I'm gonna walk it back a smidge. It's a little too saturated, make it a little lighter. Something I'm genuinely wondering about now, because of the fact that I know I'm getting more likes, and people are enjoying the video more, is I genuinely wonder if part of the reason I have so many comments now, and the comments continue to go up, is if people are now arguing in the comments section. I'm genuinely curious, but mental health reasons, I'm not gonna check. Like, not until I have another video up and the Metroid video is no longer the one that really matters. I'm just not gonna put that on myself. But like, I am genuinely curious about like what is spurring this much interaction, because there's no way it's good. That or I'm going to be completely blown away, and the reality is that you know, people actually like in the comments are like 90% positive. I only just happen to see the negative ones, and and in reality, all the people that left dislikes just aren't actually the people that watched the video, or at least not people that are, you know, willing to leave comments and stuff. I have no idea. Dude, yeah, for real. That's why I'm so scared. Like, like, regrettably, here's a line that I cut from the video, right? Something that, like, I was not willing to say. Instead of Metroid Prime 4, we are currently set up to get just another Prime game. And that sounds really dismissive of the other Prime games. Like, I don't like... It's like, no, I really like all the Prime games. I've played every one other than Federation Force. But Prime 4 was never going to meet expectations. It's the Half-Life 3 of Metroid. I would argue it was even more... It's even more kind of mythical status than, like, Metroid Dread was. And so... you know, it needed to be more than just the fourth Metroid Prime game, you know? It needed to be far and away the best one ever made. And I think what we're gonna get is gonna be something just a little marginally better than Prime Remastered. And Prime Remastered is arguably the best Prime game currently. So it won't be a bad game at all. It will be a very good game, but it won't be good enough. And if Nintendo doesn't see us, like, eat it up, I'm worried about what happens next. Especially after I'm sure they lost a ton of money on the development, right? Because it was being made presumably by Bandai Namco. And, you know, Nintendo's like, no, we don't like the direction that this is taking. We don't like how it looks. We're gonna go and, you know, cut it, start it over with the original developers at Retro. And I'm like, sweet, at least we're doing that. But the fact of the matter is, it was a pandemic game. Like, it was being developed over starting in 2020. So really rough development time in general, and they had to restart everything, and presumably they lost all that money they spent on the 2 years of development from 2017 to 2019 on the scrapped version. So this has been a huge money sink for Nintendo, I imagine. In fairness, I don't think it's going to be Duke Nukem Forever. I might actually cry if it's that bad. I can't imagine it coming out that disappointingly. But, you know, again, don't get me wrong. I think the game is going to be genuinely, completely unironically good. I just don't think it's going to be good enough. And I think that, like, we, as far as the fan base is concerned, are getting a bit snubbed. Where it's like, Prime 4 could have been so much better, but, you know, we'll have to see what we end up with. It, you know, just because it could be better doesn't make it bad. And I think people miss that as well, because people like to read things on a binary. You know, a 7 out of 10 game is literal trash, don't even buy it. And I'm just like, no, a 7 out of 10 is well above average. Like, that's not bad. Yeah, for real. But, I mean, if they make a special edition, like, metal case kind of deal, frickin' count me in. If they make a special, like, Metroid Prime 4 edition of the new console, if they release it with cross-gen, I'll probably get that too. Oof, missed that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Crap. I guess it doesn't matter too bad. Hold on. Let's just go back to before I did the coloring. I was just doing the Game Boy. I forgot. Dude, well, I mean, that's the struggle, right? Because also, like, you have, granted, very different kind of game, right? Categorically, very different kind of game. Releasing on completely different hardware, you know, not releasing on PC, for that matter. But like you had Elden Ring and then Shadow of the Erd Tree and Baldur's Gate 3. And these two fantasy games just blew the lid off of the entire games industry in terms of this is what's possible, without being scummy about it either. And so, like, that's why people, like, I don't know if you remember this, people were mad at Larian, like, really mad at Larian, because they set, quote unquote, like, an unrealistic expectation for games. And I'm like, no, they set a completely reasonable expectation. And that's what makes you guys mad, is that this is entirely within your power to do it without grifting your player base with, you know, to the nth degree microtransactions, because all we are our wallets, right? It's not about the community, it's about how much money we can give you. EA, Activision, Blizzard, etc. That the moment that a company came out and made something great for a, you know, normal, even if it was a $70 price tag, you know, and it was the new standard and expensive, you know, it's not cheap. It no battle pass, no, like, you know, insane DLCs that just never stop, no microtransaction store, you know, free updates consistently, and on top of that, you know, Elden Ring plus Shadow of the Erd Tree. Granted, that those two combined are $100, but the funny thing is, I've got a very consistent about dollar per hour value out of Elden Ring. Per the $100 I spent, I got about $100 in terms of first playthroughs, and I've played through it multiple times. So now I have like 300-400 hours in Elden Ring. One playthrough of Baldur's Gate took me close to 130 hours. Like, and I only stopped playing it because the community ruined it for me. Like, it just put a bad taste in my mouth. The game is amazing. The game's incredible. It has a lot of issues, don't get me wrong. It has kind of Skyrim syndrome where like they really tried doing too much. But it's still an amazing game. And so, unfortunately, we've sort of been spoiled because we now know what's possible. So I don't have that with all games. I'm not even gonna say I have that with a majority of games. My point was that that's really good. All right, later, Russell. Have a good night, man. Thank you as always for being here. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. Or at least I need to turn it down on my headphones, I guess. Excuse me. Although I do look at value for money with games in general. That is one of the things that I do actually rate games on. And even that's more of a hot take than I think it should be. But, you know, we now have this issue where we've been given these incredible games that give us a certain amount of content for the amount of money we spend, right? And there is just... there's a 0% chance that Prime 4 is going to give us, you know... I'm assuming it's going to be a $70 game. If not, it's going to be a $60 game, right? I don't see any way that Prime 4 could possibly be longer than Prime 1. I'm not seeing it, man. And that's really bad. Because, you know, at the time when Prime 1 was released, that was kind of okay. But now, like, games are just expected to be so much bigger if they're from a big studio. You know, you can get away with being a lot shorter if it's just a smaller game in general. But, like, this is one of the things I harped on with Vanquish. It's like, Vanquish is a good game, but they sold it for full $60, you know, price. And it's 4 hours long. And I'm like, I don't care how fun your game is, that ain't worth it, Chief. Where's the rest of the game I bought? So, you know, And even then, now I'm kind of talking doomer, and I recognize that, but we have a slightly different issue, which is the fact that something like Tears of the Kingdom was really pushing what the Switch is capable of, like, significantly. And we have a bit of an issue now where I really don't see how Prime 4 is going to run better as a piece of software on the Switch than Tears of the Kingdom did. And so with that being the case, we're probably going to end up, I am so dumb. I'm talking, I'm really engrossed in what we're talking about, so I'm not focusing at all. I'm putting all these things on the wrong layers. No, it's fine. Like, this is 100% on me. I'm just gonna leave this as is then. I'm not gonna change the pants. I am, however, gonna finish the rest of the inking in. But I don't see, you know, we had frame drops and frame stutters and stuff with what's it called? With Tears of the Kingdom, right? We had a bunch of frame drops, like things would stutter, and it was just a matter of we're pushing the Switch too hard. Like we're just doing too much. You know, if you're picking up all these different physics objects and doing the building stuff, it's just pushing the Switch too hard. And with that being how it is, okay, I don't know what's going on with this. This is not great. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Why is all of that erased? What the heck happened? Oh, lordy. Okay, whatever. It's fine-ish. So it doesn't matter. So if I draw this and we just shut up. Just do that and then do that. There we go. Okay. And now we put these back. And now we try doing this. Sorry. Song sucks. So anyway, we had Tears of the Kingdom pushing the Switch beyond what it was really capable of doing already. And it's like, it's a piece of software that's only being released for one piece of hardware. It is only on the Switch. It is optimized for exclusively that one thing. You know, this is why, like, I'll harp on games like Spider-Man 2 when they don't work on PlayStation 5. If they didn't work on PC, that's one thing, right? If it's a port, that's one thing. But this is a Sony-made game for the Sony console. And if it doesn't work on the Sony console, it's going to work worse everywhere else. And that's not acceptable. Like, if you paid money for it, you should get a finished product that works. And then we talk about how good it is from there on. But being able to, like, function at the limits of what that hardware is capable of is kind of the bare minimum that you should be allowed to expect. And so if Tears of the Kingdom was already pushing that, there's no way that Prime 4 can exceed it. It's only going to hit where Tears of the Kingdom was, which means we may end up seeing frame drops and stuttering issues because there's a lot of particle effects. You know, the game's very pretty, it's very realistic, and that's going to cause issues. So on the, what do you mean on these subjects? Just on game development in general? Like caring about the games industry? Like, what do you, I appreciate the compliment. I'm just not sure what you mean. This is not the right, this is not the right layer. How did this happen? I don't know. Why are you the way that you are? All right, locking this. Moving over. Good lordy, Lou. Gaming industry. Okay, yeah. I mean, I I made this channel because I have a passion for gaming, and I always have. The main thing was actually I got inspired by Donkey, actually, when he made a video about IGN, because he kind of just explained this is why people don't trust you. And the point was just, you never know who you're getting. You never know who's writing behind the scenes. And like what biases are going into this. And so it's like, I created my transparent review methodology. And that was the whole point, is like, I'm going to make a channel, and the whole goal is I'm going to create a product that doesn't exist. I'm going to create a product that I want to see. And so I made my review series. And you know, disappointingly, it hasn't done as well as I would have hoped. Which is partly why I've done a lot less of it this year, because it's like, it's the best thing I've ever made, but I can't allow it to stay the best thing that I've ever made. Like, I do want to do this for a living. I have to actually pop off somewhere. Excuse me. But that aside, you know, I did this because I care about gaming and the gaming community at large. It just so happens to be that the gaming community doesn't like me so much a lot of the time. They hated him for he spoke the truth. So with the Metroid video, since you're so chill about it, I'm gonna be honest with you. Watching the Metroid Prime 4 trailer, I was not happy with a lot of it. I did not share almost any of my opinion, and I recognize that was going to go over, if I did share my opinion, it would go over very, very badly. And you saw how badly not my opinion went over. Like, I went full analytical mode. You know, I sterilized the crap out of this video. And just was not enough. There wasn't anything I could have said that wasn't going to make people mad. And so I had all these opinions, and I decided I was going to release... What in the world? I decided I was going to release that video with all of my actual opinions over on Patreon. Because the main thing... Like, there were some things that I just wasn't happy about in general, and it was, you know... It's all facilitated by the Switch. I'm not a huge fan of how the game looks, you know, etc., etc., etc. But the main thing, ultimately, is the main man himself that I was extremely excited to see. When I said in an extremely droll monotone voice, I do not, and it's like, what was it? I'm not that much a fan of Silux's new design. I much prefer his original appearance. That is underselling it immensely. I kind of hate the new design. And so it's like, I mostly made this Patreon video just to let rip how much I loved Silux as a character and how mad I am about how he looks now. It's like, I can be patient. I can be reasonable, I can explain, I can rationalize, I can be analytical, I can understand. But bro, the thing is, I have to rationalize it. I have to explain it away, because otherwise I can't accept it. I am so tilted by this. It's, yeah. Yeah, but if I... Again, you saw how much sharing the, like, non-emotional stuff got me. If I was emotional about it, bro, like, I would have been flayed alive. It would have gone so bad. Hold up. I need a color from a different thing. Where I drew the... Oh, no, here it is. I'm just like, where did I do the red? I just want the same red color. I'll just make a quick little thing here. So just make a circle here. take the primary red color, dump that in here. Yeah, and so it's just like, dude, I've been nuked by the comments before, and that's its own thing, right? But here's the real problem. Like, just functionally. Again, I want to do this for a living, right? And if I want to do this for a living, there's a condition that needs to be met, and that is I have to get views. So you can say something outrageous, and people can get really mad about it, you know, and then they're going to click on your video. But if they just universally dislike the video, if it just gets bombed and it does not do well at all in terms of like to dislikes, the algorithm will stop pushing your video to new people and you will stop getting views. It will the graph will just flatline. This happened with my Baldur's Gate 3 review, which is one of my actual like biggest mistakes. And I own up to that. I wrote a bad script. And it destroyed me. It burned me out entirely because I had so much of myself in that video. And it meant so much to me in terms of like, this video has to do well, that when it just got annihilated, it had like a 40, I gamed the system. I literally got everyone I know in real life, every friend that I have that's like on YouTube at all and has an account, to like the video. Like I basically fudged my numbers, and even still with all of those extra likes, it was still like at like 42% like to dislike ratio. Like it was bad. And because of that, the click-through rate was astonishingly high. The environment I released it into, I released it the day after the Game Awards, and Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year. And so like I released it in that environment and it did incredibly well for a day and a half, and then it completely flatlined. And it's literally just because people hated it. And so I can't release something that's just going to get a crap ton of dislikes, because if I do that, then I'm going to stop getting views on the video, and I'm not going to make any money. I'm certainly not going to get any subscribers off of it. We're not going to build a community. And so it's really walking this delicate balance of being able to talk about what I'm passionate about, share my views on things, and then having to say it in such a diplomatic way that people don't hate me for it. Because again, it's not about them hating me and me going, oh, boo-hoo, my feelings are hurt. It's a matter of, if they hate me for it, I get nothing out of it. Pragmatically. So, you know, but I'm also, I have too much integrity, and I'm not going to say that, okay, you can't have too much integrity. The problem is, in terms of getting ahead, I have integrity. And so it's like, I'm not going to, hey, Talon, welcome back. Yeah, we're still going. Stream was until like 11 is what I said, but I'll probably go a good bit longer because I wanted to get this done. Because I want to have this available for at least the stream Wednesday on Twitch, if nothing else. But this is where we're at. So we're getting places. It's going. Astro just popped in here as someone who's a breath of fresh air for me. Yeah, he popped in to tell me that he actually liked the video that I got bombed on recently. So we were just kind of talking about that, and kind of explaining how while yes, I have a lot of passion, and passion is noticeable and people like hearing it, it's the issue becomes, if people really don't like what you have to say, you'll end up struggling practically, because you're going to stop getting views, and that means you stop building the community, you stop making money, you stop growing, and that's not good. But where I was at is basically, I have the integrity and honesty such that I'm not willing to lie to people about how I feel. And so instead of lying about it, I'm just gonna not, I'm just not gonna tell you how I feel. I'm just not gonna mention it. And that's why, you know, I made this Patreon video for the Metroid Prime thing, where it's like, I do just rant about how much I hate the new Silux design, and about the stuff that, like, I just kind of didn't like anyway, that has nothing to do with the fact that it's on the Switch. I just didn't like it. Getting into gaming and creating, the passion is on right now. Good, man. That's awesome. Good to hear. So what are you passionate about creating? Is there anything that, like, inspired you such that you wanted to become a creator? Or is it just you really like this, like, you really like a certain game as a hobby and you want to, like, do stuff and talk about it? And yeah, the hands and the Game Boy were done. I ended up going and taking a picture of myself holding my actual, like, real life Game Boy SP, and I sent it to a friend through Discord, and was just like, don't mind me, I need this for a stream, and I just had it on my other monitor. When you can't find a reference, just make your own. Oh, dude, Talon, in terms of references, so freaking, Russell mentioned something about, like, the pointing emote. Hold up, I can pull it up. He mentioned something about my pointing emote just being, like, you need to call that, wojak.wolf. Hold up. The heck? Why is it blank? Computer, why? Why stroke? Why you have aneurysm? Oh, interesting. File error. That's new. There we go. Yeah, so that one. He's just like, you need to call that, you know, wojak.wolf right now. And I was like, so here's the funny thing about that. Number one, Wojak is just it's a genre, effectively. It's like saying rage comics. Like, it's just, it's a category of a bunch of images. It's not a specific one. But that aside, this pose was one that I actually just did. I took a picture of myself in real life doing this pose, and I used that as reference. And I took like 30 different pictures of me in different poses, and that was what I started with in terms of all these other ones. And then I've used other things. It looks like a Mr. Beast photo. I don't think we can talk about that name on stream anymore. I don't think I can say that. I don't need internet anarchists to come after me next. Dude, Astro, you are the, like, gamer anti-Joker. Just the it only takes one bad day. And instead of becoming a serial killer, you decided, you know what? I'm gonna follow my dreams. What a legend. Okay. So, lock that layer, go down to the lowest layer, unlock that one, and now we do the shoes. Oh wait, hold up. Oh no, this goes here. And here. This needs this, I think. am well aware. And I mean, doing YouTube is not far off from that. Like it's not. It, you know, it's I'm recording a something for an audience I can't see, and I'm reading off of a script. It's partly why I'm just like, I would love to do voice acting, and then just realize, no, I wouldn't. Because the realities of voice acting are very different from what I do. And it's vastly more difficult. Even though I find it very fun when I'm playing something like D&D or something. What? There we go. You know what, screw it, just fill that in. Okay. I think we're mostly good. I just have to go and do the shading, and then that's pretty much done for that. Like, we're very close to being done with this pose. And then I'll probably do all the Illustrator stuff later. But it's kind of funny. Whenever I need to go and fill this in as well. Tell you what, let's give me this color. Give me that red. I'm gonna take this red, I'm gonna make it slightly more orange, and I'm gonna play fire red. What the color wheel? Rotate it up a bit. Move it forward. Yeah, something like that. Then this. And then here, and just boop, boop. Dang it. Peace, Astro B. Good having you here. Thank you so much. Certainly appreciate the encouragement. It's rare to find so many reasonable people on the internet in one night, one evening. It's a very rare thing indeed. Okay. And now we shade. Oh, that's not supposed to be 1 pixel. It's fine. I can fix it though. Put it up to like, what was it, 3.5? Save for the fact that I need to myself. I have. Wait. Oh, there we go. I have returned. I guess that. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. The difficulty in terms of the music and the mix is, it's louder in my headphones than it is on stream, and so it's just like sometimes I can't hear myself talking. I can't hear myself through the through my headphones. Oh dear, wait, what? Oh, here we go. A huge brain fart. And so it's just like, all right, well, I can turn down the music, but then it's like, well, then it might be too quiet for stream. I was like, well, I can just turn my headphones up. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, now I can hear myself, but I also, now the music's too loud in my ears. So I'm just like, okay, this is dumb. Okie dokie. And we draw. So what's up, Talon? I thought you said you had to pack it in for the night. He may actually have packed it in for the night. Never mind. Oh, crap. Ooh. Not what I want. There we go. Too much. Still too much? Dang it, really? Okay. My line discipline is not going well. Really? Okay. Dang, man. I feel like that's too much. Stop. Okay. That'll be good enough. Go. Yeah, whatever. It sounds like something vaguely out of Stray. I kind of like it. Ooh. Don't know how I hit my shoe with that, but whatever. I think that looks pretty good, actually. And get the darker color for the mask. Go ahead and draw that on. We're gonna be like shockingly right on schedule, which is kind of funny. Okay, now I got to draw the outline. So I'm going to unlock all three of these, select them all, make it a little smaller. Alright, and select multiple. Boop, boop. Yeah, okay, there we go. And transform. Get all a bit smaller. Cool. And now I need another new layer underneath here. Lock all of these. Go here, unselect that, and give me my outline brush. Start back up here. There we go. Oh, that's gonna be a bit of a pain. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of a pain. Dang it. Okay, it's fine. It's close. It's close enough. So just give me basic round. Now hit this and okay. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I don't think I am. I think that's the whole thing. Excuse me. I'm about it. This looks great. What? That was weird. No? What the frick? Why are you like this? Alright, now lock, now make invis. I'm about it. I like it. That turned out great. And I definitely don't have to say like SP or anything on it. It's pretty clearly a Game Boy Advance SP. Hype. Okay. I like it. I don't think I'm... Okay. There's not really anything else I can think to do. Other than just, I'll have to make a bounding box for this to be inside of. And so something for, like, the legs to be hooked around. Because, like, this bit down here is going to be blocked off. You're not even going to see it. And so that'll require a little bit of shenaniganery in terms of Illustrator and or Photoshop. Because I'm not going to redraw this. Yeah. Big fan. Okay. Well. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys for all of the kind words and all of the engagement. This is a pretty solid stream, all things considered, in terms of actually getting to talk with people. And as always, I will see you, yes, you, next time. Good night.